Test mic. Jackson District event at Columbia High School, sponsored by Consumers Energy. Jackson District event at Columbia High School, sponsored by Consumers Energy. Good morning. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check. Check 1 2. Good morning. If I could get any volunteer that's a field resetter down on the field, please. If you are volunteering as field resetter, please come down to the field at this time. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Test 1 2. Check. Testing the texting. Audio captions working. Check 1 2. Jackson at Columbia event presented by Consumers Energy. That was Jackson, not X.
Good morning, teams, and welcome to the First in Michigan Jackson at Columbia District event presented by the Consumers Energy Foundation. My name is Soren. I am one of your FTAs at the event. I am joined by my co-FTA, Alan, as well as a bunch of other wonderful field volunteers and event volunteers, including but not limited to our wonderful field supervisor, Michelle, FTAAs, Chris, Michael, and Emily, head referee, Alan, not to be confused with FTA Alan. We have our lead queuer, Jennifer, and a bunch of other wonderful volunteers you may or may not have already met, including our LRI and other event staff. My goal and the goals of all volunteers and staff at this event is to ensure all teams have the best experience possible. This event is about you, and we're here to help. As an FTA, I'm here to serve your volunteers and help make sure your robot is running the way it's supposed to, and the field is working properly. I'm also here to answer any questions or concerns you have. Come talk with me at any time during the event by waiting patiently in the question box. The purpose of this drivers meeting is to meet your key volunteers, important reminders to share, and head referee questions. Don't forget to get inspected anytime you make changes to your robot. If your team is inspected but can't make a match, you should send a representative to ensure you get ranking points. A team is allowed only to participate in a match and receive points or operate in the practice area if the robot has passed an initial complete inspection. Please be a good person. Please remember to model gracious professionalism. There are rules D201 and E102 within the game manual that remind all teams to be civil towards everyone and respectful while at an event and have examples. Safety is our #1 priority always. Safety glasses are required at all times in the pits and while around the field. Please, no stepping over the guardrail. Wait for the green light on the field timer and team displays before entering the field. Once again, please wait for the green light on our wonderful team signs before entering the field. These green lights are not to be confused with the purple lights so these green lights that you see up here are not to be confused with the purple lights that you may also see after a match. The purple lights are for field reset and referee staff only to go out onto the field. When the lights are green, it is safe to enter the field and go pick up your robot. Only a ref or FTA can give you direction to enter the field when the lights are not green. Another important note, after the match, at the beginning of the match, when you guys show up to the field to put your robots on, the lights are green. At some point, after all 6 robots connect, the lights will turn not green. At that point, you guys are no longer allowed to enter the field, even if the gates are still open. Make sure you have hook tape or some other form of attaching your driver station to the desk behind the driver wall. Robots impacting the driver station wall may cause it to spring back. Please stand back from the shelf for safety. Use safety and caution and follow the guidance from the direction of field staff when removing robots from the cages. And be careful not to hit your head near the barge. The barge is very short. If you are taller than the barge, which the average American is, please watch your head and don't run into it. It hurts. Don't ask how I know. Every driver station has an E-stop, which is gray, and an A-stop, which is yellow. The E-stop stops the robot as it has in past years, completely disabling the robot for the entire remainder of the match, and is located on the left edge of the driver station. The A-stop disables your robot for only the autonomous period and is located on the right edge of the driver station by the outlet. Teams can press the A stop before the match starts or after the match starts during autonomous period. The amber stack light will flash, indicating that your team has activated the A stop. The A stop, as the name hints at, stops the autonomous mode and the autonomous mode only. This is different from the E stop, which stops your robot for the entire duration of the match. Now, something that I will outline that is new this year that was kind of slipped into that verbiage there is the A stop can now be pressed before the match starts. So you can A stop your robot before the match starts instead of hovering over the A stop button when we count 3, 2, 1, go. So if your team knows you will not need to be running in autonomous mode, you can pre-press that A stop button before the match starts and all is good. If you pre-press that A stop button before the match and then decide that you do in fact want to run in autonomous mode, all you have to do is twist the A stop in the direction of the arrows on the top of the button or seek field staff to help you with that. If your amber light is flashing, which I believe I can demonstrate over here, if your amber light is flashing, that means you will not be running in autonomous mode. If you see this amber light up here, or you can see it on the screen, that means that your A stop is activated and you will not be running autonomous. Again, you can press the A stop before the match to disable your autonomous for that match. And if you decide you do in fact want to run autonomous, all you have to do is twist it slightly to the right. You'll see that the amber stack light has turned off. You are back to normal functionality. And again, you can press that before the match starts or during the autonomous period. Both of these buttons, the E stop and the A stop, require some force to actuate. But once latched, no further action is needed. Significant force, e.g. slamming the button down, causing the button to fail, is considered arena damage. So please be careful when you press that button. In the case of anyone needing medical attention, please find our EMS or locate any radio with a volunteer, as we can also locate the EMS for you. We want to make sure everyone can participate fully regardless of any accommodation challenges. If your team needs access to a ramp, please let us know. We have one in the venue. If you need a step stool, we have 2 step stools available for every match. If you cannot find the step stool, please let us know, and we can bring it over for you if it is not located by your human player station. If you need more than 2 step stools, it is expected that you guys bring your own. We strive to ensure that each interaction at all first events is a positive one. The goal of volunteers and staff at this event is to ensure teams have the best experience possible. This event is about you, and we're here to help. I feel like I've read that already. If for any reason your experience with a volunteer is negative, we want to hear about it immediately. Talk to an event volunteer, PDP, or a mentor you trust. If you feel like there's a concern of any kind that needs follow-up from First HQ, you can always report a concern via the First website. Queuing flow. So, we got an interesting queuing flow here at the event. You're going to come in through the pit, queue up over here. If you're on the Blue Alliance and you're in the next match, you're going to go all the way around and queue up over there. Then we will enter in through the scoring table side gates and exit through the non-scoring table side gates, through the far side gate. Please, when you come out to the field, turn your robot on as soon as possible. The faster you turn your robot on, the sooner we can get your match underway. If you wait 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to turn your robot on, your robot takes a good minute 30 to 2 minutes to turn on and connect to the field. We do have a schedule to keep, so please help us maintain that schedule and turn your robot on as soon as possible. If you need the attention of the field staff, jump, shout, and get someone's attention. Please do not bang on the driver's station glass. Small-sized dolly carts are allowed on the field to ease moving the robots onto the field. Someone from your drive team must stay with your cart at all times. After all qualification matches, we'll move into alliance selections. And remember, there is a new process this year. It's important that all team representatives come with a pick list in case your team becomes an alliance captain. Now, I think you've heard about enough from me. I'm going to pass it off to our head ref, Alan, and he'll take it away from here.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Alan Bennett. I'm going to be the head referee. That was the first thing I was going to tell you. I have a total of 9 things to tell you this morning, so that was number 1. Number 2, immediately following this drivers' meeting, we will have a short human player meeting on the field. So if you've got human players on your team, which you all should have, send them down to the field right after this drivers' meeting. Number 3, be aware of the delay of game penalty. That's 301. You can receive a major foul or be disabled if you're not ready for a match in a timely fashion. Number 3. Number 4, once the match starts, technicians and media people must be in their designated area. Here's an area for red technicians. There's a blue technician area down here, and media people are back from the field over here. Number 5, Preston is going to demonstrate some foul signals for us. So come on the field, Preston. He's demonstrating a minor foul right now, and now he's going to demonstrate a major foul. And now he's going to demonstrate counting a pin. Thank you, Preston. Number 6, some of the rule violations will lead to yellow or red cards. If that happens during the match, I'm going to stand over here and I'm going to raise a yellow or red card in the air. Then I'll come and tell you what you did wrong. Number 7, there's a rule update this week. New rule, a rule update. Now alliances are required to have a human player in the processor area. This is a good thing, helps you score more points and avoid penalties. Number 8, all questions about matches must be directed to me, the head ref, by one student in the question box. There's question boxes at each end of the scoring table. One person with a silent observer can come down. Number 9, human players, please come down to the field now for a short training session. That's it. Thank you all.
All right, folks, before we get opening ceremonies started, we want to get our teams for the first couple of matches queued up. If you're playing in qualification match number 1, you're going to load up onto the field, placing your robot underneath the barge. In match 1, we've got 92, 39, 36, 68, 302, 71, 97, and 51, 44, and 830. So I need those 6 teams to make their way to the field. And then we'll get our teams for matches 2 and 3 in the queue. That's going to be 84, 23, 106, 65, 88, 95, 97, 03, 75, 01, 29, 60 in match 2. And then in match number 3, we have 83, 74, 10, 25, 93, 12, 72, 21, 106, 29, and 75, 97. How's everybody doing this morning? I am so pleased to welcome you to the Jackson at Columbia District event here at Columbia Central High School. My name is Tristan DeVries, and I'm going to be your Master of Ceremonies for this weekend. We are so pleased to be competing in the 2025 First Robotics Competition season with this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. We want to thank our gracious hosts, Columbia School District, for hosting this amazing event. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes, so let's give it up for Columbia Central. We also want to thank our title sponsor. They are longtime supporters of First and are so excited to see what you're going to accomplish here today and in the future. Let's give it up for the Consumers Energy Foundation. Now, Reefscape is part of our ocean-themed season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with First to inspire students to make waves with your innovations as you transform into confident leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and for investing in your futures. Let's give it up for Qualcomm. We're excited to once again partner with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season are what create success. Whether it's helping you prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support First Robotics competition teams around the world. Let's hear it for all of our sponsors. We couldn't do it without them. Now, this competition in particular is only possible with the support of our local sponsors. I'd like to welcome our first speaker, representing Consumers Energy. Give it up for Aaron Ryda, Chief Digital Officer.
Thank you, Tristan. And good morning, First Robotics. Is everyone ready for our competition today? So my name's Aaron Ryda, and I have the privilege of leading all of the software and data engineering work we do at Consumers Energy. You know, we're so focused on making sure that we build clean, reliable, and affordable utility services for our customers, and technology plays a great role in that. And I'll just say, Consumers Energy is so proud to be part of your first experience this morning. When I think about technology and the work we do to deliver electricity and gas, it's in everything we do. We use technology to monitor our electrical systems, to monitor our gas systems, keep us safe, keep our workers safe, and make sure it's reliable. You know, it was interesting. When I got here this morning, I had the chance to walk through the pits and spend some time talking to the different teams. And it reminded me, I was a mentor on a first team a number of years ago, and I remember all the stress. I remember all the trial and error. Would things work? Would our software work? Would things break? And it was just so exciting to hear the energy and the teamwork and the creativity that every team was bringing to the competition today, because it's stressful, but it's also so rewarding. When I think about the teamwork I saw this morning, when I saw about the creativity, I heard about sister teams, I heard about partnerships, just that teamwork, that accountability was wonderful. And it's those type of skills that are going to build future leaders in the future and bring technology to the forefront for the Michigan. At Consumers, you can count on us to use technology to deliver services. We've got great technology, and hey, Caleb, why don't you bring out Spot? Talk about technology and robotics. We use Spot to help keep our substations safe, make sure our coworkers are safe, and make sure we keep the power running. It's technology like this and how we think about software, how we think about data that's going to continue to drive you for the future. And I'll say the skills you're all learning today are exactly the skills we need in the future at Consumers Energy. So again, you can count on us to make an impact in your community, and we want to count on you to do a great competition today. All right, so we're ready for some competition. So to every team, good luck today. You put a lot of effort, you put a lot of time, creativity into bringing here today. As you do that, think about the team spirit, support each other, make sure you're showing up with positivity. But let's get on to some competition and make sure you're prepared to power the future. Speaking of power the future, I think we've got some t-shirts we want to hand out. So where are those t-shirts? Look, raise your hand. We got some t-shirts in the audience. All right, Megan, Ashley, throw those out there. And good luck, all teams. Thank you very much. All right, Tristan, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much to Consumers Energy for your continued support of First in Michigan. I'd like to now introduce State Representative. I'd like to introduce State Representative Kathy Schmaltz.
Hi. How are you today? It's such an honor to be here. I try to get to all the robotics competitions locally and throughout the state. It's amazing to me how creative you are and brilliant you are. And they didn't have this when I was younger. I don't know if I would make it. But you just do wonderful things. I love especially watching you work in teams, and then your finished product is just amazing to me. So keep up the good work. Congratulations to Consumers Energy, Columbia Central, all the sponsors that made this possible. Good luck to everyone, and most of all, have a great time today.
All right, thank you so much. Now, events like this are almost entirely run by volunteers. So I have a couple key groups that I really want you to show some love for. Starting with our volunteers here in the blue shirts, please welcome our judges, led by Judge Advisor Stephen Heyer. Now they're leading by example. This is the kind of energy they want to see all weekend. They want to hear your stories, your successes, and your challenges. So I'm sure that you'll impress them. Next, let's recognize an important group of volunteers that are going to be field side. They ensure fair play. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. So let's welcome our referees, led by head referee Alan Bennett. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority here at First. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please give a warm welcome to our safety manager, Santhi Mova. As a mentor myself, it's really important that you have a safety plan and you've communicated that to your team. So in case something were to go wrong, make sure everybody knows where you're going to meet, what you're going to do, who they need to talk to, so we can make sure that everybody leaves this event safely. That'd be excellent. Everyone here deserves to have a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. So if something or someone is making you feel uncomfortable, or you see something that might be a hazard to others, please find a trusted adult and ask for help. You can find one of our many volunteers in the blue Reefscape shirts. We also want to hear if somebody's done something amazing or you see something that's really cool. So if someone has exhibited gracious professionalism, make sure that somebody knows about it. We want to celebrate those teams for all they do. At this time, I'd like to give a huge round of applause to our event coordinators, Chris Holbert and Jennifer Rogers, and our volunteer coordinator, Carolyn Herteau. All right, they don't want to talk. That's okay. Now, a huge thank you to another group of volunteers, though we don't usually know them by that name. Let's give it up for all the mentors. You are the ones setting the culture here at First, and you're part of the far-reaching support system that we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. If you're a teacher, don't forget that the hours you spend with a team outside of competitions can be logged with the Michigan Department of Education, and you can receive continuing education credit. On a related note, we want to make sure that everyone in your school district has a chance to participate in First, with FRC at the high school level, FTC at the middle school level, and FLL all the way from preschool through late elementary. We hope to have grants for teams at all levels, so start thinking about how to sustain your FRC team by encouraging the younger students in your district to participate. A couple housekeeping notes. We've gone paperless this season with our event programs. There's signage around the venue with QR codes and a short link to access the information for today's event. If you have any questions about this event or any other happening around the state, firstinmichigan.org is a great place to check out. Now, who's excited for some robot action today? Before we can power up our robots, please stand for the playing of our national anthem. All right, I hope you're ready to play Reefscape. We're going to welcome our teams onto the field to power up their robots and get this competition started. There's one other voice you'll be hearing this weekend, so please welcome our game announcer, Peter Helmetag. All right, Jackson at Columbia. We're getting ready for qualification match number 1. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Starting with 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots from Northwest High School, sponsored by Curry Inspections and the Department of Defense.
Joining them, we have 51-44.
The LISD Technicians, sponsored by Leewini Intermediate School District and Planewave Instruments.
And it's 8:30.
The Rat Pack from Early College Alliance and Huron High School, sponsored by Bosch and the Michigan Department of Education.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 92-39.
Panther Robotics out of Parchment High School.
And 36-68.
The Trobots from Whitmore Lake High School, sponsored by DoD STEM and RHE Tech.
And we're going to round out match number 1 with 302.
The Dragons from Lake Orion High School, sponsored by General Motors and Aptiv.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Kidding, just kidding. False alarm. Soren likes to keep me on my toes. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off for our first match of the day. We're seeing this is our autonomous period here. 302 is making the first move with a 2-game piece in level 4 in autonomous. Can they get a third? And they do. All right, and on the red side of the field, what is next? And we're in the teleoperated period. Now the drivers are in control of their robots. We're seeing action right here. 803's picked up one from their human player station, and they're lining up, battling with their teammates to find where on the reef do they want to score. We're seeing up one more by 51-44, putting up a third coral on that level 4. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has almost doubled that with 6 on the top level of the reef. We're going to see how many points these robots can get on the board. 302 with a little bit of shakiness, but it looks like that coral's still going to go on there as their partners, 3668, remove another algae. And over here, we have 7197 posing, trying to find, are they going to get that algae off of the reef? It looks like they're lining up, and they're taking it with them. They're probably headed off to the processor next. What are we going to see here from their alliance partners? 5144 at the human player station, looking for a short cycle there onto the reef. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has lobbed an algae straight up into the barge. Human player action, that's looking like some accuracy right there. All right, 302, seeing the top rung is a little full. They're going for the lower levels of the reef now. What are we going to see here? They're working with their partners. One tackling level 3, one tackling level 2 on the red side of the field with this 1 minute left in the match now. We're about halfway through. 7197 is here, going into the trough, it looks like. They're going to get all 4 levels of the reef. What are we going to see here? Got to keep track of those ranking points. We're looking at 7 coral or so on the top level. We got them distributed throughout the reef here. They're tackling the bottom level. That's the trough. Okay. What are we seeing next? 5144 trying to find where do they want to deposit this coral. And on the blue side of the field, we're seeing 302 with 1 more coral. Looks like they're going to top off that 3rd level of the reef. Then 4 corals on that level. Okay, 51-44 gets an excellent pickup right there from their human player. Effortless. That right there is the depth charge, signaling there's 20 seconds left in the match. 36-68 is first to attempt to climb, and it looks like they're going to be off the ground. Is 8:30 going to join them? Let's see. We have 6 seconds left in this match. Oh boy. What are we going to see here? And that's that. All right, drivers, come recollect your robots. And we're going to check our scores for the match. And that's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. Score of 127 to 109. The first match, always the high score for the event. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance.
We're going to keep things moving right along. Starting on our Red Alliance, we have 8895.
Red Wolves Robotics out of Clinton High School.
And our host team, 7501.
The Golden Gears, our host team out of Columbia Central High School, sponsored by Ford and Mid-America Machining.
And let's make some noise for 2960.
Automation Nation from Groves and Seaholm High Schools, sponsored by Mac Valves and the Birmingham Education Foundation.
Moseying on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 9703.
The Q-Bots out of Quincy High School.
And it's 8423.
Next Express, Bedford Junior High School from Bedford Express and Bedford Junior High School.
And we've got 10665.
U Robotics out of University High School, Ferndale, Michigan.
We've got our thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. We're seeing all 3 robots on the Red Alliance make a move to try to score in autonomous. And it looks like we're going to see 2 on the level 4 and an algae removed. What are we seeing on the blue side of the field? I think we've reached our final destination for this autonomous period. All right, let's see what these drivers can do for us. 84-23 immediately removing an algae from their reef, making space to score more coral. 75-01 taking a little bit of a breather, looking a little shaky, but they're going straight back to the human player to get back on pace to score more coral. 2960 bulldozing tons of algae off that reef and off the ground, making all the space in the world they can for their teammates. We're going to see what they have in store for us later this match. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we're seeing some robots at the human player stations trying to get some coral so they can get some points on the board. What's going to be the next move we see here? We're seeing 84-23 posturing their way around the field, getting ready to score on that reef. And 75-01 looks like they're lined up for level 4, and they score on there. That's the 4th one on their reef for the Red Alliance. 75-01 back at it, straight into the human player station, while them and their partners 88-95 are scoring onto the reef, the top and bottom levels respectively. And they go back to the same human player station, working in tandem. 2960 working on their own on the other side of the field, scoring some on the 3rd floor of that reef right there, the 2nd coral. All right, and 84-23 back at that human player station, getting ready to score some more coral on this reef. We're seeing them go for the 3rd level. All right, and that's 1 more for the Blue Alliance on there. With just under a minute left in play, we're going to see what all points they can get. It looks like 106-65 is getting some action going, trying to get that coral out of their robot. We'll see what they can do there. While their alliance partner goes for a score and an algae removal at the same time, gets the algae off, not too sure about scoring that coral. I think it's in the froth of the reef. 75-01's put another one on the 2nd level of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can get. Perhaps they're going to get that ranking point for scoring on all 4 levels of the reef, 5 or more corals. We're at 25 seconds left in the match. They're looking to find where they want to put this coral in their robot. 88-95's grabbed 1 more in the human player station, and their alliance partner 75-01 is going for a climb. 84-23 as well on the other side of the field. That's Next Express. We're going to see how fast they can get up. 75-01's going for the climb as well. Let's see what they can do. That's 1 in the air. Will we get another? Oh. All right, let's see the scores. And that's looking like the Red Alliance wins the match. We're seeing them take this match with 4 ranking points. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance walks away with 1 of their own.
All right, we're going to keep things moving along here at the First and Miscot District Jackson at Columbia event. Let's meet our teams starting with 72-21.
Viking Robotics out of Jackson High School, sponsored by Sealand Air Technologies and Commonwealth Engineering and Consulting.
Joining them, we have 106-29.
Bath High School Fighting Bees Robotics team out of Bath High School.
And let's hear it for 75-97.
Team Horsepowered out of Fraser High School, sponsored by Fraser Public Schools.
All right, on our Blue Alliance, drum roll, please, for 83-74.
The Bongo Bots out of Leslie High School, sponsored by Raytheon RTX and Pratt & Whitney Auto Air.
Joining them, we have 10-25.
The Impy Warriors out of Ferndale High School, sponsored by Ford and Stellantis.
And let's make some noise for 93-12.
It's Nerd Spark out of Innovate Albion, sponsored by Caster Concepts and Conceptual Innovations.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's not a first event until we have a false start. My contract allows one. All right, we're going to try this again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off once again into that autonomous period We're seeing 1025, the Impy Warriors being the first to score. Who's going to show up next? It's them again. All right. And you know what that buzzer means? We're in the teleoperated period. We are here in the match. What is going to be the next team that we're going to highlight here? We're seeing 106-29 managing their way around the field, getting ready to score into that trough. And with a shot, that one's going to score. We're seeing their alliance partners navigate their way around the field. We have 1025 right there, but right at the human player station, collects another coral as quickly as they can and is getting ready to score again on level 4. Meanwhile, 72-21's playing some defense on the other side of the field. We're going to see how much they can interrupt the blue alliance flow. 93-12, Nerd Spark with their robot. Black Mantis is right there at the human player station, getting ready to grab a coral, trying to figure out where they want to store that. All right. 10-25, they're making yet another score, going for the shortest cycle option available, the human player facing side of the reef. Right there, that's 2 corals back to back on the 3rd rung. We're going to see where else they score, perhaps going for the ranking point, maybe just trying to maximize the points they can get in this match. On the Red Alliance side of the field, we have 75-97, high centering on algae, figures out how to right themselves. We're going to see if they can get more coral into that reef. 72-21, boxing up, 93-12, keeping them stuck at that human player station with that defense that they are playing. We're going to see if 93-12 can get another coral into their robot, and they do. I think they're going to be going to score that coral. We'll see where they go for. Right there, they drop it into the trough, and their alliance partner, 1025, puts yet another coral on level 4 of the reef. It looks like they've gotten 6 corals up there already. We're going to see how many more they can get. If you check the displays, you can see which floors of the reef have all the corals they need. And we're at 20 seconds in the match. We're going to hear that depth charge. And we're seeing some robots begin their ascent up the cages. It looks like 1025's completed their climb. We're going to see who else goes for one this match. It looks like 75-97 is trying to score a game piece. We're going to see what can get done in the last couple seconds of the match. All right, and they park. All right, drivers, come collect your robots. Let's check those scores of qualification 3. Ooh, looks like that's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. They're going to take that match with 4 ranking points, putting them up on the board.
We are moving right along with our qualification matches. We've got match number 4 on the field, starting with 52-34.
It's the Marauder Bots out of Ovid LC High School, sponsored by Ovid LC Area Schools and Kunsley Associates.
Joining them, we have 8300.
It's Titan Robotics out of Lumen Christi Catholic High School.
And the drive team would like Riedemann to know that they love him. We got 2611.
It's the Jacktown Vectors from Jackson Area Career Center and Jackson Prep and Early College. Sponsored by Jackson County Intermediate School District and the DART Foundation.
Coming on down to the Blue Alliance, we got 9210.
The Fighting Falcons from Jackson Prep and Early College. Sponsored by Alro Steel and Advanced Turning and Manufacturing.
Joining them, it's 7289.
The Blue Eagles out of Fowler High School, sponsored by Dematic and the Fowler Education Foundation.
And let's hear it for 5676.
The Heroes out of Hillsdale Senior High School, sponsored by R&D Controls and the Spratt family.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we are once again in our autonomous period. We're seeing our robots make their first moves according to their pre-programmed instructions. We'll see how many corals they can get on the reef with no further assistance. All right, and we're seeing a score of a triple by 26-11, setting up a new showing. All right, we'll see what these humans can do to match those pre-programmed instructions. 56-76, manipulating their arm to get up onto the 4th level of that reef. That's the Heroes. We're going to see how many more game pieces they can score in this match. 72-89, equally positioned, going for a lower level of the reef, trying to get a coral on there. Meanwhile, 56-76 is going for another one on the 4th rung of that reef. 8300 puts up one on the 4th level of their own on this side of the field from their human player. All right, 26-11, keeping pace with their teammates. We'll see how many can be scored. All right, and 92-10, they're maneuvering their way around the field, trying to get some coral, trying to get more game pieces onto that reef as 52-34 with their Mechanum drive pops one into the processor. We're going to see how many game pieces they can score here today. We're seeing 26-11 put up yet another game piece on that top level of the reef. They're trying to score everywhere they can, as many points all the time. Look at that, just completing that crown, covering the top of the reef. Meanwhile, on the blue side, we're seeing 56-76 taking the charge over here, trying to get all of them on that top rung that they can get, keeping this close. It's 60-58. This match is nearly tied with 50 seconds left. All right. What are we going to be seeing here? 56-76 going for one more up there. That's Tars putting up yet another coral on the top rung. 8300 working on the driver's station side of the reef, putting up all the corals that they can get. They got 2 on the top, 2 in the middle. Ooh, what's going to be the next side that they go for? It looks like they're aiming for the 4th floor. What are we going to see? Is that coral making it on? And it does. That's amazing right there by Team 8300. We're at 20 seconds left. That's what that depth charge means. Now it's time to climb with your robots. 56-76, looking pretty even. They look like they're going to be off the ground. Will they get all of the points they need to get that ranking point? We're going to see in the last 2 seconds of this match, how does this play out? Drivers, come collect your robots. All right, let's see the results of Qual 4. You know that means that's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that 98 to 89. That's going to be 6 total ranking points, 4 to the Red Alliance, 2 to the Blue Alliance.
All right, it's match number 5 here on the Consumers Energy Field. Let's meet our teams, starting with 3656.
That's the Dexter Dreadbots out of Dexter High School, sponsored by Bosch and the Michigan DOE.
Joining them, it's 10705.
Out of Will Carleton Academy. Out of Will Carleton Charter School Academy.
And we got 4568.
It's the Robot Commander out of North Adams Jerome High School, sponsored by Hardy Reed Machine and Tool Company and the state of Michigan.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 52-25.
It's the Shambots out of East Point Middle School and East Point High School, sponsored by the GM Foundation and Argosy Foundations.
And we got 4216.
Blue Ops Robotics out of East Jackson Secondary School, sponsored by the Ford Motor Company and Consumers Energy.
And we got 8519.
The Iron Eagles out of Mason High School, sponsored by Apex Metal Fabrication and the Machine Company.
We've got the thumbs up drivers touching the controls. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. We're seeing all of our robots make some motion. We're going to see who's going where they need to go. 3656 put up 1 coral, grabbed another. They're going for 2. Can they get 3 done in this autonomous period? Oh. It's looking like it's going to be a 2.5 auto by the Dexter Dreadbots and the robot Kuzco. All right, and on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 4216 with their iconic octagonal robot remove some algae from the reef. That's 1 algae. That's 2 algae. It looks like they're going for a 3rd. How many can they get off? On the red side of the field, 45-68, getting in position to place a coral onto the third rung. 36-56 follows up right after onto the fourth rung. They're working in great synchronization right here. We're going to see what all they can get done. Meanwhile, 42-16 grabbing one more from the human player station. We're going to see how many corals they can get now that they've cleared up the reef for them to place corals onto. All right. What are we seeing here? 36-56. Once again, making huge moves. The Dexter Dreadbots slamming into that human player station wall, trying to get those corals as fast as they can, shortening down those cycle times. Their alliance partners, 45-68 and 107.05, are working at the other human player station, trying to get all the coral they can onto that reef. It looks like 107.05 is now loaded with their coral, getting ready to store it onto the reef as soon as they can get on over there. And we're seeing, what do we see over here? It's looking like 85-19 is getting ready to place a coral into the trough. We're going to see how many they can get. They go up the floor. That's the second level of the reef. That's the Iron Eagles with their robot EO. 42-16, once again at that human player station with 40 seconds left in the match, trying to place yet another coral onto this reef, looking like a level 3 is their goal. We're going to see, and boom, they take the shot. Unfortunately, it misses. 107.05 is looking at another coral from the human player station. We're going to see how many they can get. This whole half of the red reef is coated in coral. We're going to see just how many they can get on there. But that's the depth charge. You might not have heard it over the crowd, but it's still the end game. We got 15 seconds left here. Who is going to make it off the ground? There's one in the air. There's a park. What else are we going to see here? We're going to see another attempt. Are they going to make it? Can they get in the spot in time? And that's going to be a triple. Let's check those scores of this match. All right. And it looks like our winner is going to be the Red Alliance. Those robots are going to go up in the rankings. We're going to see where they're going to end up. That's our first win with all of the ranking points. So that's the warp. 6 ranking points to the Alliance, led by the Dexter Dreadbots. The Blue Alliance walks away with 1 ranking point.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 6. On the Red Alliance, we've got 65-56.
It's Spartan Robotics out of Waldron School, sponsored by Hillsdale Dental and G&G Glass.
We've also got 65-91.
It's Panther Powered Robotics out of Stockbridge Junior Senior High School, sponsored by Abbott and Fillmore Agency and the SCA Foundation.
And we got 55-59.
The Gear Grinders out of Camden Frontier High School, sponsored by Wheeland Chase and Camden Frontier High School.
They took home the Impact Award a couple weeks ago. It's 5-48.
It's the Robostangs out of Northville High School, sponsored by General Motors and the state of Michigan.
We got 52-05.
The Full Metal Jackets out of Concord High School, sponsored by Henry Ford Hospital, Jackson, and Concord High School.
And let's make some noise for 76-56.
The MC Hammers out of Michigan Center Junior High School, and Consumers Energy Foundation and Jackson Community Foundation. Good, yeah. Noted. Yeah, I see why.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in the autonomous period. Let's get these drivers going. These robots going. We're seeing some action on both sides of the field here. Okay, and it looks like we've hit our stopping point of autonomous. And now our drivers have control over the robots. Let's see what they can do. 55-59, scoring the first one for the Red Alliance into the trough of the reef. What are we going to see on the blue side of the field? We're seeing some algae getting removed by our robots. What are we going to see here? By 52-05, removes the second one. Can they get another? Yes, they do. 76-56 is looking to make their first move to score some algae on the reef. Meanwhile, 548 with Kronos has removed yet another algae. They got almost all the algae off the reef, and now they're putting up their first coral by 76-56 on the red side of the field. What are we seeing happening here? We're seeing some robots maneuvering around, and it looks like, ooh, unfortunately, a coral was dropped out of the robot. Now 548 is playing some mean defense, getting in between these red robots and the human player station where they're trying to pick up the coral. They're leveraging the ability, these robots that are only grabbing from the human player station to box them out. All right. Meanwhile, counter that. 65-91's playing some defense of their own on the blue side of the field. We got two robots wrestling, trying to get access to that human player station on the red side of the field. All three of them over there. 2 red, 1 blue. What can they get there to try to get those corals onto the reef with 50 seconds left in this match? 76-56 is looking to put another coral on the reef of their own. Right there, ejected the coral straight onto the branch. Excellent gameplay. They're looking at that human player station, trying to get one more coral onto that reef. We're going to see what they can do. It looks like 52-05 in their barge zone. We're going to see what their strategy is there with 30 seconds left in the match, perhaps lined up for a climb. We're going to see what they can do. 65-91 gets out of the Blue Alliance side of the field, trying to not incur any penalties. What are we going to get here? 76-56. Looks like they got one more coral. They're going to go for another point. Meanwhile, 548 is off the ground. Is still off the ground. And our red robots are beginning to line up to park. We're going to see what they can get done here to try to score some points. Look like 6 robots entering the game, end game. The field is clear, drive teams. Please recollect your robots. All right, let's check the scores of that match. All right, and that's looking like a win for the Blue Alliance. They're going to take that match with a number of ranking points right there. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. We're going to focus in on those penalties. We have a violation of G418, which is opponent's cage is off limits by the Red Alliance, and as well G428 and the cage protection. This is during the end game only.
We're going to keep things moving right along in match number 7. Let's meet our teams, starting with 503.
It's Frog Force out of Novi High School, sponsored by Magnus Heating Systems and Panasonic.
Joining them, we have 9183.
The RoboComets out of Jonesville High School.
And let's make some noise for 9312.
It's Nerd Spark.
Coming on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 9239.
It's Panther Robotics.
And 8522.
Springport High School, sponsored by Springport Senior High School.
And we've got 1023.
The Bedford Express out of Bedford Senior High School, sponsored by Enterprise Foundation Holdings and DeWalt.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in our autonomous period here. We're seeing these robots get into position to try to collect some coral and to score them. Looks like we're going to see a coral up on the blue side of the field, matched by one on the red side of the field by 5:03. That's some good movement for autonomous. We're going to see what these drivers can do to match that. Once again, we have 5:03 looking to put another coral up side by side with their last one. That's 2 on the 4th floor. NerdSpark 9312s at their human player station trying to get a coral. We'll see if they can get in the right configuration for that. And on the blue side of the field, we're seeing 1023, the Bedford Express going for one on the 4th rung. All right, that's another one up there. The Blue Alliance is looking at almost 5 coral on the top rung now. That's level 4. On the blue side or the red side of the field, we have Frog Force looking to make more moves at their human player station, trying to keep those cycles compact, trying to score as many corals as they can. We're going to see what all action they got. Their alliance partner, 9183, is bouncing around on the blue side of the field, trying to play some defense to slow down the Blue Alliance. We're going to see what sort of action they can get going on here, trying to make as much impact as they can. 1023, though, still manages to find a way to score on that 4th rung on the far side from the driver's station. All right, and 8522 tries to put some coral on the 4th rung of their own. Going to see how many more they can score with 1 minute left in the match. 5:03 out of options on the close side to their human player station, has to reach farther away around the reef, trying to find wherever they can score on that top rung to maximize the number of points they can get here. Their alliance partner, 9312, looking to get another coral, maneuvering their way around the field. But again, we also have their alliance partner, 9183, placing some coral into the trough, getting them points wherever they can score. With 30 seconds left, we're almost at the end game. We're going to see how the game changes once that happens. All right. We're seeing 5:03 Frog Force trying to get that coral, or trying to get that cage into their robot with their arm right there. We're going to see if they can get off the ground, while 1023 tries to place one more coral onto the reef to get all the points they can out of that end effector. With a little over 5 seconds left, looking like Frog Force is off the ground. 8522, 9312, but all are coming into park. Wow. The lights are green. You know what that means. Drive teams, come collect your robots. Let's see those scores. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 102 to 44, they take the match and 5 ranking points.
All right, we're going to keep chugging along here at the Jackson District competition. Let's meet our Red Alliance, starting with 88.95.
That's going to be 78.95, which is not 88.95, which is Red Wolves Robotics.
Joining them, we have 51.44. Wrong flag, too early.
That's the LISD Technicians.
And we got 72.89.
The Blue Eagles.
We're going to make our way over onto the Blue Alliance, where we got rookie sensation 106.65.
You Robotics.
And we got 75.97.
That's Team Horsepowered.
And drum roll, please, for 83.74.
The Bongo Bots.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see this action. We're getting this movement by these robots in our autonomous period here. And they're all moving over, and we look like we've crossed the line. All right, and you know what that buzzer means? It's time for some free-form movement right here. We're going to see what these humans can do with these robots. All of our drivers are now controlling these robots, making their way around the field. We've got a couple corals scored in these troughs, one apiece that I can see. We'll look like that. We got 51-44 lined up, getting ready to score. They pop the first one onto the top level of the wreath for this match. We're going to see who follows them next. We're seeing 83-74 make their way over to the red side of the field. That's 4 robots over there now, with 1 blue robot trying to play some defense against all 3 of these red robots. 88-95 has popped their 1 more coral into the trough of the Red Alliance Reef. We're going to see how many more they can dump on in there. That's a quick cycle time that they're making. We're going to see how long they can keep that up, or if their trough's going to get too full. 106.65s making their way to their human player station to collect a coral of their own to try to make some action happen over here. 75.97s manipulating their way around the field, trying to get that coral into their reef in that trough. We're going to see if they can get it over that lip. And they do. That's going to be one more coral scored for the Blue Alliance. We're going to see what we have going on here on the Red Alliance. We see 3 coral on level 4. Those are being put up there by 51-44, and a really impactful robot this match. Getting some defense played on them by 83-75, trying to target the highest score that they can find to make the biggest impact. All right, and 72-89, trying to get that algae off the reef to loosen up those poles so they can store their coral on it. There's 30 seconds left in this match. We're going to see how much time they have left to work on coral, or if they're going to shift focus to the end game. It's looking like 83-74 is going to be the first one to make a move, as they're trying to get there for perhaps a park point for that end game. 72-89 is making their way around the reef, trying to score another coral or perhaps remove an algae with 5 seconds left in the match. It's 51-44, goes for another score. What's the next play here? It looks like a park. Let's see those scores. All right, and for this qualification match, it looks like our winners are going to be the Red Alliance, taking it 45-22, carrying 3 ranking points.
Let's keep moving along here at the Jackson event. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got 26-11.
The Jacktown Vectors.
And it's 84-23.
Next Express.
And let's hear for 45-68.
That's Robot Commander.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we got 36-68.
It's the Trobots.
And our host team is 75-01.
The Golden Gears.
And it's my best friend, it's 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots.
I love you, Jacktown. We're going to get our gates secured so the robots don't come out and play. Our teams are getting ready here on the Consumers Energy Field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's make some noise. What are we going to see here? That's going to be 2 attempts by the Blue Alliance. One of them is going to work. 2 attempts by the Red Alliance, and it looks like they're both up. Are we going to see a third? It's looking like it. Oh, that's going to be 2.5 game pieces for 26-11. The Jacktown Vectors, all on their own. Such impressive performance by them. 7197's putting in some work here to grab some algae and put them straight into the processor. We're going to see how quick of a cycle they can get there. They've moved 1. They went for 2. All right, 3668. Keeping that pressure on the top rung of the reef. That's going to be 6 corals up there already for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, we're seeing 2611 make their way around, trying to get some also all the way up there on L4. What can they get done here? They're sharing that human player station. You'll notice that actually they can grab from the human player station with their elevator all the way up. That's a unique robot design right there. All right. Where are we going to see is going to be scoring next? There's some attempts at L4 on the red side. There's attempts at L3 on the blue side. They're going for the ranking point strategy, trying to get coral on all levels of the reef. 7501's putting up some coral on the far side of the reef at level 4. We're going to see if they can make that placement, which they successfully get with their swiping motion. And over here we see 8423. Next Express puts one on L3 on the human player side of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can get up there with their alliance partners dunking one onto L4 with ease as 7501 tries to match one on level 3 of their own. Their partners 7197 puts one on level 2. It's looking like they've covered 3 out of the 4 levels of the reef, as what I'm seeing on the display, as well as numerous corals on level 4 by both sides. These reefs are looking quite full. As 2611 goes for one more attempt, they're going to go back to the human player station to try to grab one more coral before they start the end game. That's the depth charge right there as the robots attempt their ultimate ascent. We'll see how many can get off the ground by just a matter of inches. All right. Some red robots are getting in position. That's one cage grappled onto. 7501 in the air. We got 4 seconds left. Who's going to get the park? Who's going to be in the air? All right, that's green lights. Drivers, come collect your robots. All right, that's a close match. Let's check what the final scores are gonna be. That's a victory for the Blue Alliance. Right there, they put up all 6 ranking points. The Red Alliance will walk away with one of their own.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 10. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 65-91.
The Panther-powered Robotics.
Joining them, it's 52-34.
It's the Marauder Bots.
And let's give it up for 97-03.
Q-Bots.
Moseying on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 8300.
Titan Robotics.
Joining them, we have 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
And let's give it up for 56-76.
The Heroes.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see what these robots have in store for us. We're seeing some moves here. An attempt in the trough, an attempt on level 4. It's looking like we're seeing some action here. That's going to be enough to put the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance on the board. And here we are. We're into the match. 55-59, the Gear Grinders looking to score on level 2 of the Reef. We're going to see what all they can do. As 8300 makes an attempt to grab one out of the human player station, successfully ejects the coral they got accidentally in their robot. Looks like 6591's making some moves to play defense here, try to slow down the Blue Alliance to prevent them from running away with a lead. Meanwhile, their alliance partners 5224 are looking to score some algae into the processor, and 9703 is making a move score into the trough from the human player station. What can we see here happening by 8300 Titan Robotics making an attempt at level 4 on that reef? Oh, we're going to see, are they in position? It sure looks like it to me, as 5676 having some technical difficulties with their movement. We're going to see if they can right themselves, and they do successfully without popping the algae as well. Amazing movement. And they're still in scoring shape. They're trying to score onto level 4 of the reef. Meanwhile, 5234 has grabbed an algae and is going to make their way over to that processor to store it as fast as they can. We're going to see if they can get in position. Who's going to be the next robot to score here? Looking like 9703, the Q-Bots, are going to put another one onto the trough. Meanwhile, 5559 is playing some zone defense here, boxing out 6591 from that human player station, keeping it very, very dry. 5676 making a move to try to score this coral once again with 35 seconds left in the match. Meanwhile, their alliance partners 8300 are also trying to score on the other side of the reef at that human player station. We're going to see what they can do with 25 seconds left in the match. All right, it's looking like 5234 has made the shallow climb just in time for us to hear the depth charge. What is going to be the next robot here? We're looking like we're seeing some parks. turning this place into a parking lot. How many are we going to get? It looks like everybody's clocked in just in time for the match to end. That's full participation in Endgame. Let's check the scores of that match. And the winners are the Blue Alliance. We're seeing them take it away with 5 ranking points that match.
Let's move on to match number 11. Starting us off, we've got 91-83.
The Robo Comets.
And joining them, we've got 52-25.
The Shambots.
And 85-22.
That's going to be our team, Springport High School.
Currently ranked number 1, we've got 36-56.
That's the Dexter Dreadbot.
And rookie sensation, 106-29.
Bath High School, the Fighting Bees.
And let's make some noise for 830.
That's the Rat Pack.
Ooh, we've got the thumbs up. Drrrr. We got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see it. And all the robots dash off the starting line. We're going to see what they're going to make happen here in this autonomous period. That looks like that's some game pieces scored on both sides, and all the robots leave the line. That's good news for the teams looking for ranking points. All right, and that's 2 coral up by the Red Alliance and 2 coral up by the Blue Alliance. We're going to see how many more they can score this match. All right, we're seeing one more put up by the 36-56 team. They're removing all of those algae as well. They're getting ready to score coral wherever they feel like, making sure that there's no inhibitions. Meanwhile, 91-83 puts up one more into the trough on the red side. If you look carefully, that's looking pretty full already. We're going to see how many more they can get, just dumping them left and right out of their human player station into the reef. 106-29 with this coral of their own is going to make a move into the trough, and unfortunately it rebounds off their alliance partners. 36-56 have no fear though, working in tandem just to avoid them on a nice cycle right there, like a turntable, always in the right spot. All right, what are we going to see next here? 106-29's grabbed one more coral. 830's grabbed a coral of their own. They're getting ready to get up and into position to try to get those corals onto the reef. 91-83 is looking at one more into the trough, and unfortunately it also rebounds off the backboard. But their alliance partners, 85-22, are looking to make a move of their own, trying to get one on that top level of the reef. It looks like they found their mark. That's one more coral on L4 for the Red Alliance. With 45 seconds left in the match, we're going to see who's going to be able to clutch out this match here. 36-56 has one more coral in their possession, drops it in. They've filled up that entire side of the reef from level 4 all the way down to level 2. That's all the rungs of the branch. All right. With one more right next door, they've run out of spaces. They got to go next door. One more, one after another. There's 20 seconds left. You hear that? That's the depth charge. It's time for endgame. Get those robots off the ground or just park. Both are worth points. We're seeing 36-56 going to be the first robot to make a move, try to get in the air. It looks like they might have that. We're going to see what the Red Alliance can do about that. We're seeing 2 parks by them. All right, let's look at the scores of that match. Ooh, and that's a victory for the Blue Alliance. That's looking like 6 ranking points. That's all of them. That's a win. Warp. 1 ranking point goes to the Red Alliance.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 12. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 302.
That's the Dragons.
And joining them, it's 548.
That's the Robostangs.
And we got 72-21.
Viking Robotics.
All right, we're going to try something. Who are we?
That's Frog Force.
In the middle, it's 2960.
Automation Nation.
And it's 8519.
That's the Iron Eagles.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see this autonomous period. Who is going to be the first robot to score here? We're seeing one in the trough for the Red Alliance. It looks like that's one in the trough for the Blue Alliance as well. Are we going to get any on the branches just yet? Yes, we will. That's one on level 4. And now we're into the teleoperated period. You can tell that by the way that all the robots spring to life once again, all at once. We're seeing some defense played by 72-21 on 2960 on the Blue Alliance side of the field. With a spinning motion, they're trying to interrupt as much as they can. 2960's lost possession of a coral, but fear not, they're at the human player station. They'll get another one. Meanwhile, 302, completely undefended, is just doing their very best to grab whatever coral they can from their human player and get it onto that reef. It looks like they've dislodged an algae and they're going straight into L4 to try to score the coral right there. All right, what are we going to see next? They're going right there, side by side for the next one, right next to the last. 2960's going for an algae. We'll see if they can get those into the processor. They got one. They're going for two now. We're seeing some movement by 72-21 playing defense on the Blue Alliance robots. They're making all of the contact they can to try to disrupt what is going on the blue side of the field. 302's exhausted all of the level 4 on the closest stations to their human players, so they have to reach all the way around to the far side of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can get there with these slightly extended cycles, but they've already put up 5 in the first minute of play. We got 1 minute left of action. Who is going to be one of the ones to take this game? 503 back at the human player station looking for one more coral as 2960 is making a move for level 3 on the reef. They're going to have to take another take on that. See who can get all of the corals they need onto the reef to try to get that ranking point. The Blue Alliance is up in this match thus far with 35 seconds left. 302 put in all the effort they can to try to score those max value corals on the top level of the reef. We're going to see who can get all the corals they need to get the victory in this match. We're about to hear that depth charge. It's going to mean it's going to be endgame. As they put one more coral on level 4 of the reef, and these robots begin to make their way over to try to attempt to climb. We're going to see who can get off the ground just now. It looks like 2960 does. It looks like 503 does. We're going to see what the Red Alliance can do about that. We're seeing at least 2 parks here by Red. We're going to see if they can get a third. All right, the lights are green. That's your turn, teams. Let's clean on up. Let's see the results of that match. It's looking like it's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. They're going to be taking that with 5 ranking points.
All right, let's get things started for match number 13. On the Red Alliance, we got 5205.
That's the Full Metal Jackets.
And it's 6556.
Spartan Robotics.
And currently ranked number 1, it's 10705.
That's Will Carlton Academy.
Coming on to our Blue Alliance, we got 1025.
That's the MP Warriors.
And their partners, 9210.
That's the Fighting Falcons.
And let's hear it for 1023.
Bedford Express.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're taking off once again. We're seeing all of our robots getting moving on this field. We got 3 actions happening on the Blue Alliance. We're going to see if they can score onto that reef. Unfortunately, it looks like there was a miss at the human player station. All right, we're going to see what the Red Alliance can do to try to keep up with the Blue Alliance here. We have 65-56 making the first move over to their human player station, trying to collect a coral so they can score. We're going to see what they can do with that. Their alliance partner, 10705, has gone to the far side, the other alliance human player station, to try to get coral to bring onto those troughs of the reef. There's 6 of them, 1 on all sides. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, we have 1023 trying to make some scores here. We'll see how many points they can put up here on the reef. That looks like another coral for them. That's going to be the Bedford Express making a quick move out of this. Going to see how fast they can keep their cycle times with their ground intake, letting them go slightly less far when they're trying to get those game pieces. Their alliance partner is 1025. That's the MP Warriors. They're putting one onto the 3rd level of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can put on there before there's no more space, or if the time runs out first. We got 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this match. We're seeing one algae getting removed from the reef by 5205 on the Red Alliance, and that's the second right there. We're going to see if they can bring him into the processor or if they're just removing him for their teammates. We got to see how the strategy changes depending on every alliance combination. 65-56 is once again at their human player station, trying to get some coral to get onto the reef, but they got to get them in the robot first before they can bring them there. We're going to see what the move is here. It looks like 5205 making their way across the field. What is going to be the next move here? It looks like they might be going for an early climb. We'll see if they can get off the ground. 1023 is, in the meantime, fill up the entire face of this reef right here. All 6 coral. We got less than 20 seconds left. That's the depth charge. We're going to see how many robots are going to participate in this endgame and how many can get all the way off the ground. Looks like all 3 red robots are participating. We're going to see if any of blue can get off the ground in the last 3 seconds here. Can 1025 make it? Let's get our results of qualification 13. And it's looking like it's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. They can get with 97 points and 5 ranking points. That's what's going to be used to decide where they end up in the pick order tomorrow morning to decide what alliance teams are on.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 14. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got 4216.
Blue Ops Robotics.
Joining them, we have 5234.
That's the Marauder bots.
And we got 5144.
The LISD technicians.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, it's Hammer Time with 7656.
The MC Hammers.
And we got 6591.
Panther powered robotic.
And let's hear it for 9239.
Their partner, Panther Robotic.
All right, folks, just a scheduling reminder. We are going to break for lunch after match number 15. We've got 14 on the field right now. Then we'll play 15. And then we're going to take a quick break so you can all enjoy some lunch. We'll be back for qualification match number 16 with queuing starting at 1:45. So if you're playing in match number 16, we want to see you checking in with our queuers starting at 1:45. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and these robots are about to take off. We're going to see where they're going to end up. All right, and I think that's going to conclude our action for the autonomous period. We're going to see what the drivers can do. All right, with that bell, we're seeing our humans take over. We're going to see what they can do to change the fate of this game. The Red Alliance, these robots, they're all positioning to score on the driver's side of the reef where they can have the best visibility. We're going to see what they can do if they fill that side up and if they go for the other side. 4216 is the first robot to grab from the human player station, and it looks like they're going to make their way over to the reef with an attempt to score onto a branch. Right now, about half of the branches are covered up by algae. We'll see what they can do about that. Okay, we're going to see 5144 is going for one of the top rung. They're going to be putting up the first coral of the match for the Red Alliance. That's going to be a point for them. We're going to see how many more they can get. 7656 positioned, trying to get this coral out of their robot. It's unfortunately fallen in there, and they are going to head on over to play some defense. 6591 follows suit, goes back to their side of the field so they can try scoring some points of their own. 7656 poised to play defense at the human player station. Meanwhile, 5234 looking for an algae to score. Can't find any because they've already scored them all. But now their alliance partner has relieved one from the reef, opened it up to the floor. We're going to see what 5144, we'll see what they can do to try to score some coral right here onto the reef. That's a third one onto the top rung of the reef for them. 5144 back at that human player station, going to try to make another one happen. Meanwhile, 5234 is navigating their way through some furious defense right here by the Blue Alliance. 4216 is looking to find what's their next move to do here with 25 seconds left in the match. It looks like 5234 has decided they're going for the shallow climb. We're going to see if they can get onto the cage. All right, and the rest of the robots are making their way over to the barge zone, trying to get some parking points, some climbing points, whatever they can get to score additional points and get that end game ranking point if they reach a threshold of 14. All right, let's go see the scores of that match. Looking like that's a win for the Red Alliance. They're going to take that match with a total of 4 ranking points.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 15, which is going to be our last match before we break for lunch. Just a reminder that we'll queue up for match number 16, starting at 1:45. Well, let's meet our teams for this next match, starting with 106.65.
That's you, Robotics.
And we got 55.59.
The Gear Grinders.
And they're ready to free Willy. It's 71.97.
The Mountie Megabots.
We're going to swim on over to our Blue Alliance where we got 93.12.
That's Nerd Spark.
And we got 85.22.
Springport High School.
And let's hear it for 45.68.
Robot Commander.
All right, we're getting ready for our last match before lunch. Who's really excited for what their team is going to have for lunch? I see one hand over here from the Dragons. Nobody else is excited for food? All righty. All righty. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're seeing some action already. These robots all taking off as soon as they can to get going. 85-22 takes an attempt. 55-59 finds a success into the trough. All right, and we also have one onto L4 on the red line side of the field. That's a 19-point autonomous already. We're going to see what they can follow that up with. The 3 robots on the red alliance, what sort of scores can they make happen? We're seeing 106-65 reorient themselves, trying to get that part of their robot that's designed to score towards the goal. 55-59 grabs from the human player. We're going to see if they can get that onto the trough. It looks like they do with absolute ease. Such a quick score by them. 71-97 posed with an algae. They're looking to place that somewhere, but they don't want to pop that algae. That'd be bad. 45-68 though, they got a coral. They're looking to score into this trough, as well as 93-12 and 85-22, all in sync, looking to make action happen all at once. We can see they're really fighting for this win right here. They're trying to get back into the game. 93-12 once again with the coral grabbed up high, trying to get that into the top level of the reef. We'll see what they can do. It looks like they're settling for level 3, which they successfully score onto there once they remove that algae. 71-97 place the coral onto the top rung of that reef. Once again, put up 4 total coral on the top rung of Red's reef with 1 minute left in play. We're going to see how many more they can score. That's a 5th one for 71-97 and the Red Alliance. 106-65. Looks like they've grabbed another one to pop into that trough of their reef. We're going to see how many more that they can get here in this match. 93-12 Nerd Spark once again trying to score on the far side of that reef, making a point that they want to prove they can score right there. Meanwhile, 55-59 with the coral stuck in their robot have opted to play defense, understanding that they cannot control 2 corals at once. 85-22 is looking to score on the human player face of the reef, which they effortlessly place that onto the top rung. And that's the depth charge. 20 seconds left in this match. We'll see what robots can get off the sea floor and onto those cages. 45-68 is the first to make a move. It looks like they're going to go. All right. 55-59, they're second. What are they going to see here? Do we have any more robots taking part in endgame? It looks like no.
All right, well, we're waiting on our scores from that match. Have a good lunch break. Make sure that your teams are conscious of the space that you're taking up. Leave the areas that you inhabit clean. We want to make sure that Columbia Central lets us back here next year, so we need to be good stewards of their space. We'll see you back here at 2 for match number 16. We need those teams in match 16 queuing at 1:45.
All right, and we'll queue up the match results from this most recent match 15. And that's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that game with 4 ranking points of their own, and they'll all be going up in the rankings.
From the joys of new beginnings to milestone celebrations, dependable power keeps your life on track. That's where we come in. With 8,000 people dedicated to one mission, we work around the clock so you never have to miss a beat. And the best part is that the energy you depend on is getting cleaner and more efficient by the day. As we move away from coal, our promise to you remains the same. We'll keep your lights on and your home warm 24/7. Count on us to help you use less energy so you can play more, share more, and make more.
Got this match with 9703.
Cuba.
We've got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off. We recognize that trumpet. It's the start of Autonomous. We're seeing 8300 make the first move for the Red Alliance. That's one on the 4th level, which is worth 7 points in Autonomous. And 5559 has one that's worth 3 in Autonomous. All right, and now it's time for our drivers to gear up and take some action. We're going to see who is going to be the one putting the energy into this competition. 8300 looking ready to move. We're going to see what they got right there. That's going to be the first one in. All right, on level 4 for the Red Alliance by 8300, really showing off. They're going to be the star of the show for this match. Who is the competition on the other side of the field? I'm seeing 9703. They are filling up that trot. They are trying to make a statement. Who is going to join them to help them in this quest to make a stand? We have 5559 trying to find their way to get some game pieces and put coral on their reef. Wow. 8300 has moved on to their 4th coral on the top level of this reef. Each one is worth 5 points now that we are in the teleoperated period. All right, then. We're seeing them go for their 5th as basically a solo robot working here on a little bit of a reef cycle rush, trying to get as many cycles in here as they can, completely undisturbed by their opponents. With 52-25 playing defense, watching out for 75-97 might cross the border. 55-59's gone for some more on the level 2 of the reef, trying to get the higher value corals on there as soon as they can. We're looking at a 13-point gap here as we're at 44 seconds left in this match. It really is anyone's game. It could go either way. 55-59. Once again, looking to make a score. They're going to put that on the third level of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can get here. Now they're accessing the higher levels. Meanwhile, 8,300 is still putting on more coral as high up as they can get. That's the top rung of the reef. Watch as they score yet another one so cleanly. But now we are in the end game. That depth charge means that it's time to park, climb, or deep climb. Figure out whatever you can. Try to get that robot worth more points when the buzzer expires. Blue Alliance looks like they have 3 parks going on. We'll see what the Red Alliance goes for. Let's see our scores for qualification 51. Alright. And the Red Alliance is going to swim onto the victory screen with 3 ranking points for their victory. They'll take the match.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 52. On the Red Alliance, we got 10-25
The Impy Warriors.
and 92-39.
Right there, we have the Panther Robotics.
And we got 107-05.
Will Carlton Academy.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we got 36-68.
The Trobots.
In the middle, it's 72-89.
The Blue Eagles.
And let's make some noise for 76-56.
It's the MC Hammers.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this match underway. We're seeing the Red Alliance creep away from that starting line. It looks like they're getting ready to score. That's 1, about to be 2 coral on that reef. We're going to see how we're doing on the Blue Alliance. That looks like 2 coral there. Both alliances situated to get that ranking point. If everything pans on out, we'll see what goes on here during the teller-operated period of this match. We got 10:25 here. They're looking to score 1 more coral on that top level of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get up there before time expires. It looks like they have this whole side to themselves. They're going to be enjoying that solidarity. With 1 more scoop in from the human player, we'll see how many they can get. And on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 4 robots. This is a little bit of a cluster. It looks like a Red Alliance robot is stuck on an algae. They're going to need to play careful and make sure not to pop it. All right, 36-68, navigating their way around the defense, around these stage hazards, trying to get their way on through. 76-56, once more, scoring on the 3rd level of the reef. Their alliance partner, 72-89, putting up 1 of their own once they're in position. You gotta get to the right spot in order to score. This is pick and place. 36-68 with another one on the 4th level of the reef on their own. They are working their way around, trying to get it 1 at a time from the shortest cycle to the longest cycle, keeping it as efficient as possible. Meanwhile, 10:25, is that a full level 4 reef all by themselves? It's about to be, and just like that, that's 12 corals completing the crown right there. We'll see how many more points they can put up to try to show themselves in this match. Working almost by themselves. They are showing a fierce determination right here to do everything they can to win this match. Meanwhile, 76-56, they're going for an early climb. They want to make sure they're in the air by the time that buzzer rings. And if you check that height, that's Michael Jordan amounts of air underneath them. They are secure in place. We'll see what the MP Robotics team can do. It looks like they're going to clear as well. We'll check what the Blue Alliance has. The 5 seconds counting down. It looks like we're all set in place. All right, let's check our scores for the match. Good news for the Blue Alliance. That's a victory. Taking away with 123 points and 5 ranking points of their own. The Red Alliance will get the autonomous ranking point.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 53. On the Red Alliance, we got 26-11.
The Jacktown Victors.
And 42-16.
It's Blue Ops Robotics.
And let's make some noise for 5205.
Full Metal Jacket.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, we have 8522
From Springport High School,
and 8519.
the Iron Eagles.
And let's hear it for 548.
The Robostangs.
We don't have the thumbs up. I've been lied to. All right. We have the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this action happening. We're going to see how many robots can get themselves where they belong. We see all 6 robots have left that starting line. We're going to see how many robots can get those corals on the reef. That's almost a triple play for 26-11, but that is a ranking point for the Red Alliance, which is more important. What else are they going to get this match? We're seeing a 4th coral right there up on level 4. Meanwhile, 548's taking an aim at some coral on level 4 of their own, and they're going to be successful. 26-11 fires back with yet another coral. Robostangs 548 are ready to take another attempt, but it doesn't quite land. We'll see if their faster cycle time lets them keep up. Oh my, that ground intake is pivotal in 548, being able to have more attempts at goal than other robots here that require the human player intake. We see them go for 3 right there with only 1 visit to the human player station. Meanwhile, 42-16 and 85-19 are tussling for access to this red human player station, further impeded by an algae in the way. We'll see if they can figure out a way around that. 548 puts up 1 more coral on that L4 rank. Boom, another with those ground intake allowing them to take up corals that are right next to the robot, wasting no time driving. What's faster than Swerve? No drivetrain at all. That is so fast by them. We have 26-11 right here, putting in work, trying to keep up pace with their travels back and forth to the human player station. We're really seeing a contest of different designs of robots right here in this match. Meanwhile, we have 548 still going here, trying to get more on that top level. They're switching to the level 3 of the reef because that's closer to their station, closer to their coral, trying to minimize that time lost due to movement. As 26-11 removes an algae from the reef, they have more available scoring locations. We're going to see who's going to win with 25 seconds left in this match. We're going to see 85-22 and the other Blue Alliance robot 46-12. Can they all get where they need to go? All right, what are we going to see here? 26-11 Faces one more on level 3 of the reef. 42-16. They're making their way over to Park with the last seconds here. Can they get a buzzer beater? 5:48 does. All right, drivers, those lights are green. It's time to clean up the reef. And I think we have our scores for this match. Let's see them on the display. Wow, 53, we're seeing the victor. It's going to be the Red Alliance. They're taking that match with 4 ranking points to 1, bringing all of them up in the rankings.
All right, we're going to meet our teams for match number 54. Starting us off on red, we got 36-56.
It's the Dexter Dreadbots.
They were finalists at Battle Creek. It's 71-97.
That's the Mountie Megabots.
And let's hear it for 84-23.
Next Express.
Moseying on down to our Blue Alliance, we have 56-76.
It's the Heroes.
And it's 5-0-3.
Frog Force.
And let's hear it for 51-44.
That's the LISD Technicians.
Okay, we've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this is our Qual 54 of Reefscape here at the Consumers Energy Field in Jackson, Michigan. And we're seeing all 6 robots take off from the line, getting ready to score some autonomous ranking points and some coral. That's 2 coral apiece scored, and that's going to bring a ranking point for both teams, both alliances. All right, but now that we're into the tele-operated period, we're seeing 51-44 taking the first move for the Blue Alliance as 36-56 is making waves on the red side of the field. 71-97 also is putting in the work right there. One more coral scored on to level 4 as 56-76 tries to counteract that difference with a coral upstate as well. We're going to see what else we got going on as we see 84-23 puts one on L3 of their own. We're going to see how many more they can score this match. Frog Force pulls up to the human player station, and now they're loaded. We'll see where they're going to score that coral. Their alliance partners, 51-44, take one and send it straight to L4. We'll see how many more they can get in their robot to get onto the reef. 36-56, back at it, filling up almost the entire face of the reef right here. They got 5 out of 6 of them, all of them except for one of them on L2. We'll see how many more they can get as they're trying to get access from this human player here. We'll need them to get all of the coral that they can get access to, try to get those points onto the board to keep their lead. The Red Alliance is up at currently 82 points. We'll see what the Blue Alliance can do to try to stay competitive in this match. And I think that means 56-76 needs to score some more level 4 like they're doing right now. Their teammate Frog Force following suit. That's 10 points right there for the Blue Alliance in the span of just barely a second. We'll see how many more they can get on up there. Frog Force removes an algae. Looks like they're trying to find a processor to bring that to. Okay, with 27 seconds left, they actually take it to the barge. They toss it all the way up there. Now, I think it's time for the end game. They're going for a cage. We'll see who can get off the ground and secure that 12-point deep climb. Frog Force is going for it. Dreadnoughts are going for it. We'll see who's going to get in the air in time. 56-76 looks like they might be in the air as well. This could be a lot of points on the line. All right, drivers, those lights are green. Let's get those robots off the reef. Let's get the scores for the match. And that's looking like a victory for the Red Alliance. Taking it by 20 points, 117-97, and securing another victory with all 6 ranking points. The Blue Alliance walks away with 2. As a note, this is a match with 6 ranking points and the cooperation point. Everything that can be scored for the rankings has been.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 55. We're going to play through 58 tonight, and then we'll return tomorrow morning with match 59. Let's meet our teams, starting with 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
We are who?
That's the Dragons.
And we got 92-10.
The Fighting Falcons.
On the blue side of the field, we have 65-56.
That's Spartan Robotics.
And 52-34.
The Marauder Bots.
And let's hear it for our host, 7501.
The Golden Gears.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. We're starting off this autonomous period. Many robots as can are trying to navigate their way around the reef. We're seeing 7501 take their first try at scoring a coral. Does not quite end up for them. But as the cheer indicated, everything's going right for the Red Alliance. We're seeing 3 coral up there on the top, as well as 1 in the truck already. That's putting them at a pretty hefty 33 points, leaving autonomous. We'll see how many more they can put now that we're in the tele-operated period. On the Dragons, 302 put up an algae into the barge all on their own. We'll see how many more they go for. Right there, 6556 is playing defense on one of the human player stations as the robots and the drive team of the Red Alliance is getting ready to try to drop some game pieces into their robots. 7501 is making a move here to score on level 4 of the reef. That's the 3rd one they've put up this match. We'll see how many more they can get. 5234 looking at scoring into this reef. That's going to be an algae into the processor. We'll see what they can do onto the reef itself. 7501 fed once again by their human player. They're getting ready to go to that reef, put it on the level 4 if they can. Then on the red side of the field, 55-59 almost high centers on that algae, but they right themselves. We'll see what else they can do as 302 moves to put on 1 more algae on level 4 of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get as they pick up a coral from their human player. This is good news for them. 9210 finds 1 more coral from their human player station. We're going to see how many more they can do. That one looks like it's going to go on level 2 of their reef. They're trying to get points on as many levels as they can with 30 seconds left in this match. 5234 is looking like they're going for another algae into their processor. That looks like it's going to be their 6th one this match. They have been showing some dedication and ability to this bit. That's the depth charge. We're seeing the Blue Alliance all getting ready, trying to get off the ocean floor or at least parked in place. We're seeing some action. Little bit of drama is going on there. We'll see that later. 302, though, is still going for more points right here, trying to score on this reef. We're going to see if they park. Let's see those scores. That's a victory for the Red Alliance, composed of the Dragons and their teammates 9210 and 55-59. They're climbing up in the rankings. That's 4 ranking points and a cooperation point.
All right, we're going to keep moving things along. Let's meet our teams for match number 56. On the Blue Alliance, we got 91-83.
It's the Robo Comets.
And 45-68.
Robot Commander.
And let's round out red with 36-68.
That's the Trobots.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 29-60.
Automation Nation.
and 6591.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Panther-powered robotics.
And we got 1025.
That's the Impy Warriors.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's go. We're moving around now. It's Threefscape. We're seeing a similar strategy employed before by 6591 getting pushed across the line by an alliance partner as 1025. The MP Warriors are getting those corals on the reef. That's looking like a ranking point for both alliances thus far. We'll see what they have in store for us next as 6591 heads on over to play defense, trying to shut down some of this red alliance's action. 4568 is maneuvering. They're trying to get that coral onto the reef. We'll see what they can do to get that out of the robot. It looks like it's not quite in the right spot. 9183 though, they got a coral from their human player and they drop that straight into the trough. 3668, they're trying to make some noise of their own, putting up a third coral on the top level now. We'll see how many more they can get. But 2960 is ready to put up a coral of their own, matched again by the MP Warriors. There is a lot of corals coming up now. That's going to be 3668 again as 2960 Automation Nation makes an attempt of their own. The MP Warriors put up one as well. We're going to see how many corals can we get on here. Who is going to get more? Is it going to be the Trobots? Will it be the MP Warriors? It could be anyone. 6591 is still playing defense. They are trying to shut down as much as they can to deny access to that human player station. Meanwhile, 4568 accessing the open one, grabs a game piece. We'll see if they can get that coral onto the reef as their alliance partners, 9183, move on over, trying to get one of the troughs of their own. Let's check in on the quieter side of the field with just two robots. These blue robots are working in perfect tandem, working on their own sides of the reef, trying to get every coral they can covered up, loading up those branches with tons of coral. That is a ton of points right there, almost 100 points for the Blue Alliance already with 30 seconds left in the match. We're going to see, can they also get that climbing ranking point as we get into the end game? We're at all three Blue Alliance robots are getting ready to head on over. Will we see a double climb? I'm not sure just yet. It looks like 2960 is latched on, 3668 is latched on, 4568 is about to score one more coral in the last couple seconds of this match. We'll see. That looks like a double park and a climb for red. Is that a double hang for blue? We'll have to wait to see what the rest call. All right, the lights are green. Let's go clean up. And we're going to check the scores. What is we going to get? This is looking like a victory for the Blue Alliance. How many ranking points? We're about to find out. That's 5 right there. That's both autonomous and the end game.
All right, we're getting ready for our penultimate match of the night. On the Red Alliance, we've got 8300.
8,300. That's going to be our team, which is Titan Robotics.
And we've got 7597.
That's Team Horsepower.
And 548.
That's the Robostangs.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 10705.
That's Will Carlton Academy.
We've got 8522
Springport High School.
and 7221.
Viking Robotics.
Just a reminder to all our teams that pits will close one hour after the last match. So we'll make that final announcement when we get there. They will open again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Opening ceremonies will be at 9. We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. And we're off. That's all 6 robots starting away. We're going to see which teams can they score. And it looks like Titan Robotics are fighting their way onto a branch. We'll have to double check if that one counts. And they remove that algae as well. We'll see what's the next play here. The Blue Alliance has a coral in their trough as well. We're going to have to find out who is going to come out on top here in this match. We're still in the teens in the scoreline, so it really is anyone's game at this point. Robostangs successfully remove one algae from the reef, and now they have a coral in their robot. We'll see if they can put it in its place. And 8,300 Titan Robotics. Looks like they've done something to the robot they might not have meant to do, but there's still a coral in there. We'll see if they can get it on out. On the blue side of the field, 10705 has the coral, and it's now in the trough. They're going to head on back to that human player station and see how many more they can get. 8522 is making waves. They've put up their third coral on L4 of the reef this match. How many more can they get? It looks like Titan Robotics has pivoted to playing some defense, recognizing something is wrong. They're trying to stop as many robots over here as they can from making any sort of progress whatsoever. But recognizing the blind stop, 8522 is now trying to get one on L4. because you can only have one robot on defense. It makes it very hard to control the whole opposing side of the field. 75, 97, swinging around, trying to get that coral onto the reef. We'll see how many more they can get. They're trying to line up to that human player station, but 72-21 appears to have a coral stuck underneath them. They got it out. Now they're fully mobile again, ready to wreak some havoc on defense. All right, we're going to see what happens. Robo-Sangs trying to find their way around. They got a coral. They are just about ready to intake it. Once they get it in their robot, ready to take it up and above to this reef. It looks like they're going to be going for another L4 coral once they're there. 75, 97, almost filled up that trough entirely, but one bounces out. That net did not be forgiving. We got 10 seconds left in the match. We're going to see what robots are going to end up in the air and what robots are going to stay parked. The field is green. Teams, come collect your robots. Let's look at those scores for our second to last match of the night. That's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that one with 4 ranking points, and the Blue Alliance will walk away with 1.
All right. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for our last match of the day. I want to hear you cheer for our teams, starting with 830.
It's the Rat Pack.
And 9312.
Nerd Spark.
9239.
It's the Panther Robotics.
On blue, we have 8895.
That's the Red Wolves Robotics.
5676.
The Heroes.
And 4216.
The Blue Ops Robotics.
All right, we've got the thumbs up here at the Jackson at Columbia District. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this is our last match here on the Consumers Energy Field for the night. We're seeing some movement here, and I think that's 88-95 securing that coral in the trough for the Blue Alliance. Can we see a trough on the red? Yes, we do. That's good news for those ranking points. We're going to see how many more these teams can get throughout the rest of the match. Third Spark looking to grab one coral here from their human player. We're going to see what they can do. But we have 56-76. They're going to be the first robot here in Teleop that's turning on their engines and scoring on level 4. We'll help see how many more robots can get all the way up there. It's looking to me like the Rat Pack putting another one into the trough. Also worth 2 points right there. 56-76, going for another one side by side with their first. We're going to see if they can get it on that level 4. They do with that chain-driven actuator to score onto the reef. 4-2-16, also at that human player station, looking to get another coral to go onto that reef. 88-95 at the other human player station, collecting corals of their own to dump into the trough. On the red side of the field, we're seeing Third Spark and 830, the Rat Pack, trying to find everything they can to find ways of scoring coral. Looks like they're having some difficulties getting them into their intakes. All right, Rat Pack, there it is. That's what they've been looking for. Perhaps they just needed the attention. Now we're going to see, can they get that onto the reef? They do. That's on the second rung. Everything's starting to look better for the Red Alliance. See if they can get back in gear as the Rat Pack begins to take off again with a coral in their robot, looking to score again on level 2 of the reef. On the Blue Alliance, 56-76, take another shot at level 4. There's 5 corals up there. Nerd Spark heading across the field to play some defense, trying to get them in between that human player station and the reef itself. They're just trying to box them out and prevent them from making good movements, prevent that macro from the Blue Alliance, and stop them from getting more points on the board. Here we are. That's the end game. This is the last 20 seconds of FRC today at Jackson. We'll see what the results we're going to see are. 56-76 makes the first move over to the parking grounds, as we're seeing 830 as well underneath their shallow cage. Nerd Spark makes the park as well. And that is the game.
All right, folks, as we're waiting on those scores, just a reminder that pits will stay open until 9:05. 9:05. Pits will stay open until 9:05. As you leave the stands, make sure you clean up the area around you. We want to be sure that we are conscious of our gracious hosts. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for opening ceremonies.
All right. And we're going to be announcing our last scores of the night for qualification 58. The victors of this match are going to be the Blue Alliance. Taking the match with 4 ranking points to 1. We'll see everyone again tomorrow.